Think so. Where's the clerk at? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. The time is now 2:10, March 18th. Really appreciate you guys being at today's commission meeting. I want to grant a special warm welcome to the boys' high school basketball team at my beloved George P. Butler High School. You guys looking sharp today. I was with you on yesterday, so thank y'all for being here. Madam Administrator, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And at this time, I call your attention to the invocation portion of our agenda, which will be shared with us today by Reverend Kimberly E. Dunn, Associate Pastor of the Rector St. Paul's Church, after which we would like to ask our special guest, Mr. Trent, if he would please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Would we please stand?
Thank you for this opportunity of being here. Let us bow our heads. God of the universe, who holds our world and all that concerns us, we gather today seeking guidance and wisdom to serve our community with integrity and compassion. And may the decisions be guided by the principles of justice and fairness. And may we all work together to build a brighter future for the common good of all. Be with our governor. Bless our mayor and the leaders of this incredible and forward-moving city of Augusta. Amen.
Lead us. Lead us. I pledge allegiance to America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Trent, Commissioner Clark said you missed your moment. Don't worry about it. You did. Reverend, would you please stand? We would like to thank you so much for taking the time to come out to pray for us. As we know, God ordained government, and he asked for prayer for those that are in authority. And we really appreciate you coming in today. We receive your presence as a thoughtful act of kindness and generosity. By these presents be it known that Reverend Kimberly E. Dunn, Associate Rector, St. Paul's Church, is our chaplain of the day. May her spiritual guidance and civic leadership serve as an example for all citizens of Augusta, given my hand this 18th day of March, 2025. Thank you so very much.
Reverend Dunn, thank you so much for being here today. Your prayer is greatly appreciated. Madam Clerk, I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege to recognize the passing of Colonel Robert Pertain, who spent many years at our Richmond County Sheriff's Office. He began his career at the Sheriff's Office in 1978, dedicating and protecting and serving our community. In 1982, he was promoted to lieutenant, reaching the rank of colonel in 2013. After 43 years of unwavering service, he retired in 2021. Sheriff Brantley, you and your department are in our prayers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's observe a moment of silence for Colonel Robert Pertain. Thank you. Madam Clerk, let's continue. I'm sorry.
It's all fitting and appropriate. Okay. Mr. Mayor, we're going to address taking in the addendum agenda before we get started, or?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay.
We're going to take a look at these addendum agenda items, colleagues. There's 5. All right, do you need to read them into the record, or?
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a discussion of Masters renters will not have all debris in Augusta picked up by Masters Week.
Okay.
Item 2, discuss and give update on road paving on the Hepzibah McBean Road. Item 3, provide an update on recruitment status for all interim director positions, central services, county attorney, IT, procurement. 4, reappointment to the Planning and Zoning Appeals Board and the Augusta Aviation Commission. 5, approve a path forward for a local homestead exemption.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, are there any objections to adding these addendum items to today's agenda? Hearing or seeing none, Madam Clerk, all 5 are added.
Okay. Our consent agenda consists of items 1 through 27, items 1 through 27. For the benefit of any objectors to our planning petitions, would you please signify your objections by raising your hand once the petition is read? Call your attention to item number 3. It's a request for a rezoning from a Zone A agricultural light industry and a RMH manufactured home residential for property located at 3635 Mike Paget Highway.
Are there any objectors? Seeing or hearing none, let's continue.
Item number 4 is a request for rezoning from an A agricultural light industry manufactured home residential to a Zone B2 general business affecting property located at 3601, 05, 15, 25, and 35 Mike Paget Highway.
Are there any objectors? Seeing or hearing none, let's continue.
Item number 5 is a request for one family residential B2 general business affecting property located at 1813 and 1815 Kissenbauer Road.
Are there any objectors to this matter? I see one objector.
For
None.
item number
Item number 5.
5.
Okay.
Okay. Item number 6, it's a request for a rezoning from a P1 professional office to a Zone R3C multiple family residential affecting property at 343 Telfair Street. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors to this matter? Seeing or hearing none, let's continue.
Under our public service portion of the agenda, item number 9 is for a retail package beer and wine license to be used in connection with the location at 3011 Wheeler Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objectors? Seeing or hearing none.
Item number 10 is a request for an existing location retail package beer and wine for a location at 2350 Windsor Spring Road. Are there any objectors?
Any objections to that matter? Seeing or hearing none, let's continue.
Okay. That's it for
That's
now,
it?
Mr. May.
All right, let's move on with this recognition portion of our agenda.
Yes, sir.
We got some folks
Okay.
to celebrate.
We do. Our first recognition, congratulations. The commission offices congratulations to our 2025 February years of service, 25 to 50-year recipient, along with our employee of the month. Our HR director, Ms. Anita Rookert, will do those presentations.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Madam Administrator. It is our great pleasure today to recognize our February Years of Service recipients. For the month of February, we had 27 employees celebrating 5 to 50 years of service with Augusta, Georgia. This afternoon, I'd like to recognize our 25 to 50 years of service recipients. For the month of February, the total years of service and institutional knowledge being celebrated today is 265 years. So employees, when I call your name, please come forward. Daryl Grooms, the Sheriff's Office, 35 years. Jasper Jones, Fire Department, 35 years. Christopher Hollis, Engineering, 35 years. Mr. Mayor, the Employee Recognition Committee has selected April Beerholter for the February 25 Employee of the Month for Augusta, Georgia. Ms. Beerholter works in the Human Resources Department, where she has been employed for the last 2 years. Ms. Beerholter is currently our benefits. Is April coming? She's currently our benefits analyst. Now, they did make some remarks for April, but I know April, and so I'm choosing to speak for her. April is one of those employees that you ask her to create something or to do something, and she comes back with something fantastic and fabulous. So April is one of those employees that stand out when it comes to benefits. Benefits is a place where we have people coming to us for new births, for deaths, for medical emergencies. And April never turns away from that. She makes sure that the employees that come to her are taken care of, that there's empathy and there's compassion when it comes to making sure that their needs are met. I never go to April and say, oh, we have a problem. April always comes to me and say, I've got a suggestion. So I want you to know she's an outstanding team player. She's an outstanding partner and one heck of a business analyst. So thank you, April.
Yeah, it's always great to celebrate our own. To those who have committed much of their service to the city of Augusta, thank you so much. April, congratulations on well-deserved recognition. Madam Clerk, let's continue. All right, that's where I'm going.
Call your attention to item number B. The City of Augusta, the Augusta Commission offers its congratulations to the George P. Butler Bulldogs on their 2024-25 Georgia State High School State Championship. Congratulations. At this time, we have Mr. Trent Butler and Mr. Jay Jeffries from our local Fox station who will announce our recognition certificates to the players. Mr. Butler? Yeah, Mr. Lewis. Come on down. Come on down. Mr. Butler. Stop.
Well, I need the Butler graduates too. Please, thank you.
Who them?
I mean, who's gonna hand it to me?
I was going to give you to give them to Mayor and them as they do their name. Let the mayor hand it. Give it to him. No, not all of them. The ones when I always he calls their name.
I just want the Butler High School graduate. It's only graduated about 2002. You're gonna go on that side?
Yeah. It is a real honor for Fox 54 to be here. And Jay, I know you were there at the pep rally. and I know how special this bunch of players is. And I know it's been 59 years since this last happened at Butler High School. This does not happen every day. I'm kind of like these fellas. I need to shrink a little bit to get down to this microphone. But fellas, you think about all the hard work that you put in since you were little guys and all the sacrifices your parents have made and the coaches have made. And I'm sure during a lot of those sprints and conditioning drills, you were wondering if it was worth it. You know what? It's worth it. You are state champions. You are state champions. Just think about this. No matter what happens in your life, at the end of the day, you will always be a champion. You can, one day you'll be my age, God willing, and you can say, let me tell you about the time we won a state championship, right? And the stories will get better and better. Thank you. And the stories will get better and better. We are so proud of y'all. I know you won 14 straight games at the end of the season to get this done. You had a losing record. You reeled off all these wins. We watched it play out. You went all the way. You beat Union County, and you represented the CSRA in style. And we're just so proud of you, and just loving it for you. So, Jay, I know you were at the pep rally, and you saw a lot of spirit and a lot of enthusiasm.
Boy, did I. I thought it was a totally different school. Yeah. I just want everybody to give them a big round of applause because I am proud of the way the coach has led these young men to the victory. He's like been a mentor, and they are so respectful, and they look good.
Yeah, stylish.
Yeah. So let's begin this. State champions of 2024-25, here we are. Number 0, please stand up when we call your name to come receive your certificate. Aiden Dunn. It says number 1 on his jersey, Kwame Bridges. Number 2, Zion Smith. Number 3, Devin Stowbridges. And this young man, I just don't know what to say about him. He reminds me when I played ball. His number is number 4, Marcus Scurry Jr. Number 5, Martavius Williams. Number 10, Decoy Fleming. Number 11, Marion Bonhomme. Number 12, LaJerry Wright. Number 15, Artel Carter. Number 20, Donald Weinman. Mayor, I know we have rules here in the chamber there for you, but I want to do this one special because he wore my number, number 22. That's what I played in high school. Destin Bray.
Man, I wish we had the picture when you played high school. Short shorts and long socks.
Tony, he is taller.
Jay Jeffries, boy, if you could have seen this picture, he was skying up in the air. He looked like the man. Okay, our next player, number 23, Jameel Walker. I hear he's a big rebounder. The man getting all the rebounds for the Butler Bulldogs. Number 25, Cameron Stanley. Okay. Congratulations to him. The head coach, the man who was the guide and the mentor, Mr. Chaz Clark. Not many people can say they coached a state champion, but Chaz Clark can. How about that? Head coach always needs great assistants. How about Tommy Campbell? Come on down, Tommy. You're the next contestant. All right. John, congratulations. All right, thank you. Another great assistant coach, Levante Reddick. All right. How many assistant coaches y'all got? It's like an NBA team here. Marcus Walker. Where's Marcus Walker? He couldn't make it. Oh, Marcus?
I'll sit in.
Yeah. Jay wants a ring. How about Dwayne Williams, assistant coach Dwayne Williams? I would say he played ball in his day.
Class of 1987.
Awesome. Coach, congratulations. All right. Anyone named Scooter you got to like. Thomas Scooter Tate, the manager. Scooter. I always wanted a cool nickname like that. He gets Scooter. Good job, Scooter. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. You know, we're journalists. You always need someone who's good with the numbers. So, scorekeeper, Victor Carter. Even the scorekeeper's styling and profiling today. All right, thank you. And the student manager, Mackenzie Evans. She's not here today? Okay, congratulate her for us. Y'all have a yoga instructor? That's impressive. No wonder you won state. Karen Bush, the yoga instructor and trainer. Is she here? She's not here. Okay. Jay, any last words? Let's just say that we are impressed, huh?
Yeah, I want to just congratulate. Thank you for bringing it home.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You know, this is football country. I love basketball. Thank y'all, because we need a little bit of this. You know what I'm saying? Congratulations.
Ms. Clerk.
We might make 2 rows, so we're going to step forward and let some of y'all.
Are they, Mr. Mayor? All right. We'd like to issue the proclamation in recognition of the team's championship, the office of the mayor, the City of Augusta proclamation honoring the 2025 George P. Butler High School boys varsity basketball team. Whereas George B. Butler is a Richmond County school located in Augusta, Georgia. It is a four-year public comprehensive high school with an emphasis on college and career readiness. The school offers advanced placement courses, fine arts, Marines, ROTC, and CTAE electives to all students. Teachers at Butler provide research-based curriculum and strategies to students each day that develop critical thinking skills in literacy and math. The mission of the Butler High School is educating and empowering tomorrow's self-sufficient citizens. Also, the schools foster a safe environment and caring atmosphere in which all students can and will learn while becoming respectful, productive citizens. And whereas the George P. Butler Athletics is focused on the physical and emotional well-being of the student athletes and rooted in sportsmanship and personal accountability, the Butler High School athletic department encourages and underscores the academic, athletic, and social well-being of their student athletes as leaders on both the court and the classroom. Whereas the Butler Bulldogs earned the AA Region 4 title in February, they were riding a 13-game winning streak heading into the season finale. On March 6, 2025, by defeating Union County 57-49 to take home the hardware for the first time since 1966 to earn the Georgia High School Association 2A state basketball championship. Whereas the sportsmanship they demonstrated is commendable for these young men, and they are coached by some of the finest in the CSRA, namely head coach Chaz Clark. And now, therefore, it be resolved that I, Garnett Johnson, Mayor of the City of Augusta, do hereby proclaim March 18, 2025 as George P. Butler High School Boys Varsity Basketball Day. In witness thereof, I have unto set my hand and cause the City of Augusta, Georgia, to be affixed this 18th day of March, 2025. Garnett L. Johnson, Mayor. And Mr. Mayor.
Right behind.
All right, let's give him. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to let the principal of the great George P. Butler High School say a few words. Here you go, sir.
To the commissioners and the mayor, we are so humbled and honored that you would honor us today. I think we're going out. We may go out and come back in
But we are just humble with our success. The team never got the big head. We continue to work, and we try and make athletics a microcosm of what we're trying to produce throughout the entire CSRA. So once again, thank you so much for honoring us today.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Coach, I've asked that, we have work to do here at Butler High School. We want you to stay around and continue the great work. I want to offer the mic for you to say a few words if you like.
I just want to tell everybody I'm a product born and raised of this great community, and that when it's done right, man, it still works, man. It still works.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause. Butler High School, thank y'all so much.
Yes, they went over the moon when they saw this. They did.
That's the new chapter. We just got to sign it. No, that's mine.
It's always great to recognize our state champions. On this day, a sits 3 Butler High graduates. I graduated with a great class of 1987 with Mr. Dwayne Williams. Commissioner Lewis, you up here yet? Commissioner Lewis is probably out in the audience. Commissioner Guilfoyle, what year did you graduate? 1981. 1981. Let's see if we got a quorum here. We can continue. We have plenty. All right. Also, congratulations to the Super District 9 Commissioner Francine Scott, District 7, 2nd Commission District Commissioner Stacy Pulliam. Madam Clerk, I think that takes us to our delegation portion of this meeting.
Yes, sir. Our delegation C, Mr. Moses Todd from I Love Augusta, Inc., to discuss the Charter Review Committee Charter Review.
Moses Todd, 2747 Deans Bridge Road, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. May I take a point of personal privilege, Mr. Mayor? I told you outside the hall that, the last several years we've supported, sponsored our teams that won championships with a $500 donation, and we don't want to stop it here, even though Butler won their championship, I guess, in the early part of March. And my union hall only have their meetings first Tuesdays of each month. So I'm gonna go out on the limb and pledge $500. And if I don't get my membership to back me, then I Love Augusta will do it. So that's be $500 to the boys' championship team, Butler High School, as we've done with West Side, Cross Creek, and other, and Josie girls.
Thank you so much, sir. And keep in mind, this school will need to raise funds for championship rings, so that $500 is much appreciated and greatly needed. Thank you, Mr. Todd.
Yes. So I'm not speaking for the membership. I have to get it approved, but one way or the other, the two organizations will show up with a $500 check, either here or at the school board meeting.
Thank you,
Okay.
sir.
Yes. Mr. Mayor, on the Charter Review Committee, I understand that the commission has already done their appointments. And hopefully we can get kicked off and get started with the charter review. And I Love Augusta and individuals that I talk to, is concerned about how this process is going to work. Is when the commission and the mayor is going to call the first meeting, call all of the committee members together, and the committee members select a chairman. And the committee get started with the Carl Vincent Institute on looking at the reviewing of the charter. And, oftentimes we go through a process that it kind of get dropped or fall through the cracks. then later on, we learn, that there's been meetings or whatever. So I'd like to know the guidelines I would assume the guidelines for the process is going to be that there will be public meetings, the committee, and they will review the charter, that all the charter information, including ordinance, will be presented to the chairman or to the committee, and that recommendations will be, that they will have the public hearings, they will get input from the citizens of the community, and they will come back with recommendations to this commission as far as any amendments to the charter, deletions to the charter, et cetera. So those are my thoughts or comments, and would like to at least hear from the commission and the mayor on when this process is going to get started.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. In my opinion, it can't start fast enough. This body last week agreed to an amendment to the resolution where we extended the time frame from April 1st of 2025, I think, until March 30th, 2026. This process is now in the hands of the Carl Vinson Institute of Government, and as I understand, they're in the process of contacting all of those that have been appointed by this governing body, and they're in the process of scheduling their very first meeting. I'm imagining that meeting should happen, with fingers crossed, before Masters Tournament. I'm hoping. I know that Carl Vincent has been establishing contact, so I would encourage those that are serving on this commission to make sure that you reach out to your appointee to respond to any messages or emails left on behalf of the Carl Vincent Institute.
And to make this request a little easier for everybody, I did send in a FOIA, Freedom of Information or Open Records request for contact information for all committee members. I think if they're doing public work, then they should at least have a point of contact, whether it's by email, phone, or mailing address, stale mail. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Todd, and I would agree. And I can't stress enough that all of these meetings, all of these sessions will be held in the public. They will be live streamed, and I think they will be held in these chambers, which makes it easier to accommodate, making it accessible to the public. So thank you so much. All right. Madam Clerk, let's continue.
I think we left off, Mr. Mayor, with our consent agenda, which consists of items 1 through 27. We had one objector on item number 5.
All right. Colleagues, consent agendas 1 through 27. We had an objector on number 5. Chair calls Mayor Pro Tempore, Commissioner from the 10th, Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to see if my colleagues wouldn't mind consenting under the engineering service. Madam Clerk, agenda item number 33, agenda item 34. I imagine the finance director is going to hit the items on the finance and appointments, number 39 and 41.
Colleagues, that's 33, 34, 39, and 41. Are there any objections to any of those? Hearing or seeing none, they're added to consent. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 8th, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you. I'd like to consent item 37 and 36.
37, 36. Are there any objection to consenting those? Seeing or hearing none, they're consented. Chair recognizes Commissioner from the 6th, Commissioner Tony Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I would like to consent, if not any objections from my colleagues, to consent item number 40, please.
Number 40.
40.
What number, 40?
40.
40, yes,
40.
that is correct.
40, okay, all right.
He did 41.
40. Are there any objections to that? Seeing and hearing none. Commissioner Tony Lewis, you missed when you were outside. You got to tell folks what year did you graduate from Butler High School.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. I am proud to say that I entered George P. Butler High School in the year of 1976. I left George P. Butler High School in the year of 1978, and I graduated with a degree, high school diploma in 1979.
How about that? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle.
I see Miss Williams in there, never mind.
All right. Commissioner from the 2nd, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I'd like to consent item number 35.
Item number 35. 35, all right. Item number 35, let's take a look at some of these addendums here, guys. Discuss, provide, reappointment. Is there anything on this addendum agenda we can add to this consent list, colleagues? While we're doing that, I'm gonna call Commissioner Don Clark.
Number 4.
We can do number 4 if someone would Commissioner Clark?
Those are reappointments from District 5, and they're usually on the consent had they been on the regular agenda.
One's a reappointment, one's a new appointment.
You know, is there any way we can add to the consent agenda, colleagues?
They will still qualify.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to add addendum item number 4 to the consent agenda.
Okay. See how the floor, sir. Is there anything else? Okay. All right. Chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Yes, I'd like to move addendum item number 3 to next week's committee, please.
All right. Let's move number 3 to next week. Is there any objection to that, colleagues? Hearing or seeing none, Madam Clerk, let's move number 3 to next week.
And motion to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Garrett, a second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Seeing no colleagues in the queue. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
With Mr. Mason's absent today. So.
All right, we have a bunch of visitors. We're going to go a little bit out of order today. We're going to start off with item 31 first.
Okay. Item 31, receive as information a presentation by the Urban Land Institute Technical Assistant Panel on recommendations for property at 401 Walton Way.
All right. Hey, sir, if you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Yes, sir. Mr. Lance Morcell, the Urban Land Institute, residence in Dunwoody, Georgia.
Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. Thank you for having us today. My name is Lance Morcell. I'm the Strategic Initiatives Lead for the Urban Land Institute's Atlanta District Council. And we're here to present to you the findings of a technical assistance panel project that UOI partnered with the City of Augusta on in 2024. And to give you kind of an overview of what the Urban Land Institute does and what we stand for, we shape the future of the built environment for transformative impact in communities worldwide. Our mission priorities and commitments are to connect, inspire, and lead. UOI Atlanta's scale and impact in what we do. We consider ourselves the chief convener of the real estate and land use community worldwide. We're a global nonprofit with district councils across the globe and across the Americas. We convene meetings and events and educational panels and discussions, organize technical assistance panels, which of course is the product that we are here to present to you all today on 401 Walton Way. Develop content and case studies that inspire members to integrate big ideas and emerging trends, and to provide a forum for sharing of best practices within real estate and land use professionals. And this is a snapshot of our member base. So we have over 48,000 worldwide and 1,400 in the state of Georgia alone. ULI Atlanta is a bit of a misnomer. We are a statewide organization. We've done projects and partnered with communities across the state. Of course, that's why we are here in Augusta today. And we are a member-based organization. I'm actually the only staff member here with us today. Everybody who is joining me are dedicated professionals who have volunteered their time not only to serve on this panel last year, but to return, many of whom reside in the Metro Atlanta region, to present today's findings. And this is kind of a snapshot of our member base, cross-section of consultants, planners, land use professionals, government and nonprofits, and as well as landscape architects, engineers, and many, many more. So the Technical Assistance Panel project process in which we partnered with the City of Augusta is a well-oiled machine across the UOI ecosystem. We've conducted over 150 Technical Assistance Panel projects statewide. In short, TAPs bring a broad array of expertise from our member base. So again, that kind of cohesive cross-section that I just showed in the previous slide. We work with the community to tailor a panel that specifically fits the needs of the community. So we worked alongside the City of Augusta and its staff last year to formulate a panel that made the most sense for the 401 Walton Way site. And in short, the idea of a TAP is to take a two-day deep dive into a study area and produce a technical assistance deliverable, in which, of course, we're presenting to you all on today. And this is a snapshot, again, we are a statewide organization. These are just a few of TAPs that we have done over the years across the state, of course, highlighting the City of Augusta here as well. The program is over 30 years old in Atlanta alone in the state of Georgia. In the TAPs process, again, kind of going back to how we got here. Initially, the City of Augusta reached out to partner with us, and we worked as a team to formulate a panel that made the most sense for the questions being asked of the Urban Land Institute in this expert panel. The City of Augusta provided briefing documents giving us an overview of the study area and the questions in which were posed. And this ultimately led to the two-day on-site technical assistance panel that included a study area tour of this and the surrounding areas. Stakeholder interviews, which are incredibly integral to the process. We want to hear from the community. We want to hear from a broad spectrum of voices and opinions, because what makes it possible for a community to move forward is a consensus, and we want to hear from everybody that has a seat at the table. And internal panel discussions and a recommendation formulation. And here's a snapshot of the expert panel that has worked on this project for you guys, and you're going to hear from many of them that have agreed to make the trip back here this afternoon. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Jonathan Gelber, to run through the next few slides and give an overview on what was asked at this panel. So, Jonathan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Jordan, if you don't mind, please state your name and address, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Gelber, 1349 Greenland Drive, Northeast, Atlanta, Georgia.
Thank you.
I was the panel chair of this technical assistance panel. I'm the former chair of this committee, so I've done probably 8 to 10 of these technical assistance panels. And let me tell you a little bit about how we put these panels together. We look at what the questions being asked are and trying to figure out what are all the different parts of the real estate profession that take a role of this that might be able to contribute something. So when we assembled this panel, we brought in first Audra Cunningham, who's a commercial broker, myself, who specializes in real estate market analysis, public finance, and urban planning. We brought Natalie Jones, who works with the Atlanta Beltline, who is an economic development specialist. We brought Wole, who is Urban Oasis Development. He's a community developer. Sarah Patnod, at the time, was with the Decatur Housing Authority. She's a housing specialist, now with the Reinvestment Fund. Laura Richter is an urban planner and urban designer, and also has a lot of insight into transportation and the infrastructure needed for this site. Harvey Rudy is a commercial mixed-use developer with a lot of experience in the Augusta area. And finally, we brought Rainey Shane, who is a sustainability expert, to look at how does this project and its potential fit into long-term both economic, social, and cultural and environmental sustainability. We also brought with us David Scott, who is the chairperson of the committee now, followed me. We brought also with us Jessica Wagner of Villa Development, who's a residential developer. We're now going to turn it over to David Scott, our current chair of the Technical Assistance Panel Community of ULI Atlanta, and he's going to walk you through, I do the next slide, I'm sorry. So just to remind everybody what the site is at 401 Walton, it is a former city jail site built in the 1980s, and it was demolished in summer 2022. It is on the southeast quadrant, just outside of the city center area. It's surrounded by neighboring communities representing an underserved population of Augusta that we're told is commonly known as the Bottom. So after this was torn down, city staff thought, what can we do with this site? And so they asked ULI to come out and help them look at the opportunities of the site and what we could do with it. Now, at this point, I'll turn it over to David Scott.
Mr. Scott, welcome, sir.
Thank you.
If you will, for the record, please state your name and address.
Yes, David Scott, 3475 Oak Valley Road, Atlanta, Georgia.
Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Thank you. So we negotiated with folks here at the city on what are the kind of three key questions that we could answer for you all in terms of helping move this process along. And so what you see on the screen here are what those three questions are. The first is, how can we best leverage this asset to make some economic impact on that downtown and East Augusta area? Secondly, what kind of partnerships could we recommend in order to really help that catalytic development to happen? And then finally, what are the opportunities for using the site as a gateway into the Augusta Riverwalk area and serving as an anchor for all of the complementary development that's happening in the area? One of the first things that the panel did was just really take a look at the site itself and see where it is. You can see in this picture, and folks are probably very aware of the parcel and where it is, but this bird's eye view really shows a couple of interesting things. One is the proximity to the downtown area and the riverfront. The other is proximity also to our neighbors over in South Carolina. You can also see from this aerial view just how stark the Gordon Highway divide is. And so these were some of the early things that we looked at in terms of the site to give us some clues about what our recommendations might be for a process for you all moving forward. The other interesting thing about the site and the circles that if you can see those circles on those red circles on this slide, the smallest circle is a 1/4 mile radius. The second circle is a 1/2 mile radius. And the 1/4 mile is typically how far a person would walk comfortably to get somewhere. And so what's really interesting about this slide is that the parcel sits really at the intersection of these four neighborhoods. And if we drew another circle that's a mile out, we'd reach the medical district. That's item number one, the Bethlehem neighborhood to the south, and then also to the east, we would also reach the public housing area over there as well. So it was really interesting to see how many different types of uses are adjacent to this. And again, we're just looking for clues into what might be a process that we recommend. As part of our trip here, we took a tour on the bus to just see what was happening in the area. I think that's the 5th Street Bridge improvements that you see down the slide on the lower left. But we saw that there was a lot going on in the area in terms of infrastructure improvements, as well as some new development that was happening in some of these adjacent neighborhoods. And so, again, we're looking for clues on what might be a recommendation for process. The next thing we did was engage with stakeholders, and Audra Cunningham is going to come and talk a little bit about the results of what we heard.
Ms. Cunningham, welcome.
Thank you.
For the record, please state your name and address.
Good afternoon. Audra Cunningham, 623 Meade Street, Atlanta, Georgia.
Thank you, ma'am. You have the floor.
You're welcome. So I'm going to speak to you about what we heard. We were here speaking with our stakeholders, including 30 municipal staff, some of you who are here today. Good to see you again. Officials, business leaders, community members, and more. We heard about the deep passion for the site and a lot of concern about what we would do and what would happen next for the site. A lot of discussion around food deserts, fresh vegetables and having access to fresh vegetables, the lack of affordable housing, the rise in cost and rent, pollution, past and present concerns from when the site had acid on it, and even now, traffic speeds, the rail line crossings. You have about 4,600 miles of rail in the city. Crime, or at least the perception of crime in the area, and how that would be handled and how that would impact the site. and the unhoused population, and how would we manage the unhoused population. Public school quality was an issue that a lot of the stakeholders wanted to discuss. City development, the process, how long the process takes, some of the bureaucracy in the process, and potential water and environmental issues at the site. The site itself, as you can see, David just spoke about, has high visibility and good roadway access, great access to downtown, the Cyber Center, Fort Eisenhower, and we had a lot of conversation about jobs and what kind of jobs this site could bring, and good paying jobs where people could actually be able to afford to live. What kind of restaurants? Not fast food, healthy restaurants, not chain restaurants, maybe some local restaurants that would bring fresh vegetables, and big box retail, whether that would be good, whether that would be bad, and what that would look like. The need for things for kids to do, maybe bringing pop-up golf or baseball or just fun things that could come and go, or create something that would be permanent for the site, but bringing activity for children. And what would it look like for the affordable housing rate, as I discussed, and a better connection to the Riverwalk, downtown, and the other public green spaces that you have. And next. There were some.
So I'm back here now in my role to talk about market and fiscal sustainability. I'm very often involved in projects like this, and my role is that of being a wet blanket. We have all these smart and visionary people who have all these great ideas, and my job is to crunch the numbers and tell them why it might not work. I'm good at it, even though it's not very pleasant a lot of the time. One of the things we have going on around here is a relatively low household and population density. And there's also a very low job density here. There's very few jobs or businesses existing. So a lot of the calls we heard for was we want retail, we want housing, we want more stuff. But the fact is there's not a lot of people living or shopping or visiting here to support retailers at this point. Generally, a retailer is looking for an aggregate collection of either a lot of households or a lot of money, or preferably both. And they've got their own market people who come in and say that's worth opening a store there because we know we can sell enough stuff. If there's lower incomes or lower densities, then the stores might be reluctant, especially the mainstream stores that we're being told in these public outreach they want to see there. There's going to be a problem. You could build it, but will it operate successfully and sustainably for years to come? One of the things we looked at was the development energy around there. Is there a lot of stuff going on? We looked at the last 2 years of deliveries of new real estate and what's currently planned and proposed in terms of zoning, land use, and just discussions for the next 8 quarters. And within a 5-mile radius of this, there's no major commercial development of any kind going on recently or in the future. So there's not, at this point in time, at least a year ago, people chomping on the bit to build things in this market area here. So that is a development challenge. We've got a high rate of commercial vacancies of existing buildings and relatively low commercial rents, which means that there's existing space for people to come into without building new stuff. One thing I like to talk about a lot is the adjustable spray nozzle as a metaphor for development. So both in the terms of private sector and public sector trying to influence or steer development, we can all talk about what we want to happen or what we hope happens, or what we think should happen. But unless there is a lot of pressure in the system, you can twist that nozzle any way. If there are people and businesses and organizations and builders trying to do stuff there, then you can say, okay, if you're going to build that, we want this much of this, we want it to be that brand of store, we want it to be this kind of density. However, if there's not a lot of demand and development activity going on here, you can twist that little dial around as much as you want, but you're just going to get a trickle of water out of it, and you don't really have an opportunity to shape what you're going to get there. There's ways to influence that, one of which is public subsidies or incentives to say we're going to prime this pump a little by putting some public money into it or some public interest or some public partnerships to get more activity here. But if there's not a lot of naturally occurring stuff and you're not putting some sort of public incentive or influence into this, you can squeeze all day long and not get anything to direct anything different than what you've got right now. So we heard a lot of call for, we want better grocery stores, we want drugstores, we want department stores, we want public sector buildings. A lot of national brand retailers, your Publix's, CVS's, your Five Guys', Wendy's, your auto parts stores, they are all very good at their own internal market analysis. So you cannot tell them, hey, look at the spot. This is a great spot. You should open a store here. You can't tell them, hey, Publix, you need to open a store here because it's fair. You got a store over there. You need to open one now. They've got math and numbers they need to run. So we, when I say we, I mean elected officials, staff, developers, planners, all of us, we cannot necessarily tell Publix or Walmart or Whole Foods, you will open a store here because it's our policy choice, we want you to do that. But what you can do is you can use zoning and land use to limit a site to certain uses that support that goal. You can use investment, incentives, or partnerships to improve the market economics, so then Publix or Whole Foods or whoever will come by and say, well, let's take a second look at that. Now they're willing to offer that, maybe we can make the numbers work. Third of all, we can take steps to change the underlying market dynamics to make a site more attractive to retailers. However, bearing in mind that doing so is not necessarily going to support all the community goals that you're interested in supporting. So every retailer wants to know who will be my customers. Is it going to be people who live there, people who work there, or people who visit there? I know we got a long agenda, so I'm going to try and skip ahead here a little bit. Finally, fiscal sustainability is very important here. Whatever we do, this has to go beyond building it and getting a building up and opening it and shaking hands. This has to be something that's sustainable over long use. And if you look at the headlines on the right there, there's a long history in this state of benchmark economic development, highly subsidized public-private projects to bring some sort of economic thing, and then they putter out after a couple of years. We got music halls that have shut down. There's a lot of grocery stores shutting down. So it's very, very important that whatever you do there is long-term sustainable by the local market that's there. So if it's a commercial use, will the end user be able to operate that thing profitably? Will they need a subsidy, tax abatement, or some sort of assistance to operate? Will there be, if there is, where will their operational funding come from? And is that use market feasible? If you want to focus on a certain use, is that something that can work at market economics in that spot? Similarly, if it's a public or institutional use, you need to know what's the source of the construction and development funding, what organization is going to manage operations of this, where's the operation funding coming from, and is it realistic that the source of operating funding will remain viable in the long term? These are all big questions that are hard to answer in 2 days. So I'm going to pass this over now to SWAT. Who's SWAT? Jetha Wagner is going to talk about SWAT.
Welcome, Ms. Wagner. How are you today?
I'm well, thank
Good.
you.
For the record, please state your name and address.
Jetha Wagner, 4062 Spalding Hollow, Peachtree Corners, Georgia. All right, so I'm going to talk with you today about the SWOT analysis, which is a technical term an acronym that we use to talk about the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. We take a look at a site and we really try to break it down. We look at it and we say, okay, what are some internal factors and some external factors that affect this site? And really, those factors are things that are facts. They are facts that can be negative or positive, but I ask you to look at them with an open mind, because even though negative, the word negative may have a negative connotation, you can change them, you can flip them into positives if you look at them in the right way. So I'm going to go through these, and then I can't remember if Lance mentioned this or not, but there will be a question and answer afterwards so that you guys have the opportunity to ask questions on these. So we're going to start with the strengths. We looked at this site, and we said, okay, what are the strengths of this site, this particular 401 Walton Way? First of all, the location. It's been mentioned. It sits at a crossroads of several neighborhoods. It sits on a very main thoroughfare. It's highly visible because of that. It has a good shape. What do I mean by that? Well, I think it was mentioned earlier, I'm in the development world. We love nothing better than a square. Very rarely do we find a square. This happens to be close to that. So we looked at that and we said, that's a positive. That's a definite positive. That's a strength. It happens to be publicly owned. Many times at ULI, we're asked to look at sites, and then when we start looking at them, we're like, wait a minute, this municipality doesn't even own this property. Well, you guys are a step ahead. You actually own this property. The municipality has control of this site. So that's certainly a strength, a positive. The utilities are in place. You're not having to bring water and sewer. You have the utilities. It's there. You have proximity, as has been mentioned, to several neighborhoods. You're close to May Park. You're close to the downtown. You're close to historic neighborhoods. You're close to the Riverwalk. So that's a strength. You have something that a lot of other municipalities are working on, even in much larger metropolitan areas, and that's a street grid. Augusta actually has a very good street grid already in place. So that's a positive. And you have a straight path to North Augusta, to Fort Eisenhower, to downtown because of that street grid. We looked at traffic counts. You have pretty decent traffic counts that flow past 401 Walton Way. Because this is a vacant site, because you've already taken down the improvements that were on the site, it's a blank canvas. You don't have to go in and do any demolition there. Regionally, the job market is a strength. I know it was mentioned kind of if you look close by the job market, but regionally, the job market is a strength. And we felt that the community leadership was pretty strong and organized when we came in here a year ago. So, and we see that today. It looks like it still is. Now, remember I said, keep an open mind when we look at weaknesses, because some of these can be changed into positives. We were told that the water table is high. So that's something you'll have to engage with an engineering firm to take a look at and see how you can address that from a development standpoint. There's an unknown about the environmental conditions, but again, usually if there is something environmentally there are things that you can do to address that. So that's something that could be handled. There is the perception of ongoing pollution in the area. There's a lack of diversity with regards to the demographics and the low-income households that was talked about previously when you look at the quarter mile and the mile. Low density and the number of rooftops has been discussed. We talked about the street grid and the major thoroughfare that goes past it. Well, it's a pretty high-speed road when you take a look at it. Again, things can be done with traffic engineers that address that. I don't want to go into it too deeply, but you can look into things such as a road diet and other things that can turn that negative into a positive. There is a perception of crime and different unknowns associated with that in the area. And as has been mentioned, there's low development activity in the immediate area. Then we look at the opportunities. So we're looking towards the future now. We looked at that this site has the opportunity through redevelopment to address some of the community's social issues. Oh, thank you. It has the opportunity to connect. Okay, got it. I'm being told to move along. All right. It has the opportunity to connect this neighborhood because of that street grid to the downtown, to the Riverwalk. So we can connect these neighborhoods to these other city-owned properties. Another opportunity, and this can be looked at as a tremendous strength, but the window is closing. It is located within a federal opportunity zone, which developers look at as a tremendous positive. That window currently is set to expire December 31st of 2026. Who knows if that will change or be extended. You can read the rest of the opportunities so that I can be cognizant of everybody's time. The threats, again, take a look at it. The challenging market conditions, the school district. Developers really take a look at school districts. Unfortunately, when we looked into that, the school district did look weak. It did not compare well with others. So that's something, again, that the city leadership could take a look at. How could you address that and bring that up? You could take a look at the community priorities versus the civic leadership priorities. We heard that when we did our stakeholder meetings. So how do you address that? Perhaps more civic outreach. Again, turn a negative into a positive. And one of the threats that we looked at, which was talked about in the market section, was what the community wants versus the market reality. We certainly see that as a threat, as a negative. The lack of incentives from the city. At the time, remember when we were here last May, the election was looming. So that was a threat because there was still the unknown of that. That has now occurred, so that has been taken away. But we also know that now we have the threat, the unknown of the economy that everyone's looking at. That affects the capital market and the housing prices as well. So I'm going to turn it over now. Who is up next? Okay, Sarah Patna. Okay.
All right, Sarah, welcome.
Hello.
We're putting you on the clock, ma'am.
All right. I'll do my best. That's the reason we're here.
All right, I know. I
These
got you.
recommendations. I'm Sarah Patnott. I live at 2685 Hosea Williams Drive in Atlanta, Georgia.
Thank you so much.
Again, this is the meat of it. This is where we ended up. We've told you about all of the things that we've considered over 2 days that we were here, and where we got to is around really two components of recommendations. First, we're going to start big picture, and then we're going to drill our way down into Walton Way. We have recommendations around process. So you've heard a lot about those opportunities and those threats, but the key component that has to come first in this is around process. We have to see unified city leadership in order to make anything happen here. So that means getting the elected leaders and the staff on the same page, getting the city ready to support a streamlined development process, thinking through the incentives that the city might have to offer, how the city can make it more viable for a developer to come in or partners to come in. We're going to talk a lot about partnership here as well. The second piece that has to happen is community engagement. We got to have some community, we heard a little bit from the community during our stakeholder process, but this is not something that can be done without really robust, continued community engagement. And that includes reaching out to people who aren't traditionally heard in community engagement, reaching out to the community nearby who aren't typically the people that would be coming here to talk to you in this kind of environment. And by reaching out to the community, by having that deep community engagement, that's how you develop a shared vision. So we weren't able to do that work in 2 days. It's something that takes sustained time and commitment, and that is what is going to be necessary here to develop a project that is really moving you into the future. And along that process, the key piece is to be defining your goals along with the community, but then as the city officials, be prioritizing, be bringing in what's possible, bringing in those market realities, working with partners and in partnership to establish a plan. But when we get into our site in particular, we also said this isn't about one site. This is really about a district. And so we recommended some incremental strategies to improve the entire district and within which 401 Walton Way sits. So these included capitalizing on the things that you already have going on, the improvements that you're making to the Riverwalk, and really connecting down the Gordon Highway and reaching down into the community outside of just that Riverwalk district, but really expanding your bikes, your pedestrian paths, thinking about opportunities, whether it's with GDOT to provide pedestrian crossings across Gordon Highway, but thinking about connection and capitalizing on what you already have going on. We also saw a lot of resources that are currently being underutilized. Things like your cemeteries that are really beautiful and have opportunity for programming, whether it be historic tours or other kinds of activities along the lines of Oakland Cemetery in the city of Atlanta, where we see the cemeteries becoming a community asset and a place for community to gather. We also saw opportunity within your light industrial business district that's going on. You already have a brewery there, but thinking about other light industrial uses, things like maker spaces or incubator space, that you can capitalize on what's there while bringing it forward. We also saw opportunity for more public art, for more land banking to happen, re-envisioning May Park alongside of this. So thinking about this not as one parcel and one site, but as part of an overall district that connects to the strengths that the city has to offer. But when we get into 401 Walton Way, there's two components here. There is a long-term vision, which is some sort of community-centered, partnership-focused hub, whether that be something along the lines of innovation or another use that could bring together education, workforce, and business to bring this site to be more than just an empty lot, yes, but also more importantly, be a community benefit. And that needs to be driven by that community engagement, and it really has to have an organizational champion that is not just the city. So that partnership is key to making this happen. That's long-term. That is long-term visioning process that has to happen with robust engagement again. But we said, what's going to happen in the short term? What can you do right now to bring 401 Walton Way back to the community? And so again, we recommend that you work with partners. This is not something that the city should try to do on its own, but bring the community back onto 401 Walton Way. And so we recommended some options here of how you could create a local community gathering spot on 401 Walton Way, whether that be activities that really require nothing much more than some mown grass, things like putting in soccer or baseball, bringing in inflatable screens for a community movie night, working with your Augusta locally grown or other food partners to bring some food and market stalls onto the site, or even hosting exercise classes, programming it alongside May Park. So we do see opportunity for the immediate term here while you're doing that long-term visioning process. But again, I said all of this really does need that partnership model. So I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Wole to talk to you about those partnerships.
All right, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Wole Unuga. I live at 745 Pierce Street in Atlanta, Georgia. And I'll be closing us out with one of the things that's probably one of the most important aspects of how to make this happen. So being a community-based developer, I've had the opportunity to see a lot of projects fail and succeed. And the ones I've seen that didn't work out too well were either ones where people felt like one part could do one part and the other part couldn't do the other part. And when I say that, I mean the government saw buildings and said, hey, I can do what a developer does. I can build some buildings. Doesn't necessarily work that way. Same thing with the developers. They come into a neighborhood, they feel like they can put in a product without talking to the neighborhood, without talking to the government, and then they see that the product actually fails because it's not part of the fabric of the neighborhood. So the most successful projects happen when economic feasibility, which you can think of as a developer, the community goals are aligned, which is the community, and the site capacity, which in essence is the government deciding what the zoning should be in that neighborhood happens. And that's where you have the most successful projects. In terms of a partnership to change a narrative, it's very important. When you live in a neighborhood, your association with a site varies compared to when you don't live in the neighborhood. So for instance, this site was formerly a jail site. There's an emotional attachment to that has to be changed. And they said some of the best ways to change things like that, and this is with any type of trauma, is usually food and fun. And in that sense, you just change the emotional component with that. And that's why some of the recommendations that were brought forth earlier kind of help to change those things. Having fun in the park, having food there. It changes the emotional attachment to that area, which brings the energy to help change and bring the ideas together to make that development something that is inclusive and of the right mindset of everybody who wants to be part of that development. The last part, which I close with, is creating a neighborhood advisory committee liaison between the neighborhood and the staff. It's so important that the community is involved in this. As a government, you are the representative of the community, but the community has to make sure they have a voice to make sure that they're informing you of what they want to happen in that neighborhood. There's a famous saying that I like where it says, a neighborhood is a museum of the culture. And in that, the neighborhoods get framed by the buildings, by the people, by the art, by everything that goes into that, to make that neighborhood a representative and a museum of the culture for years, decades, and centuries to come. So it's very important that that groundwork is laid out early on with the community involvement and the government and developers to create these partnerships to make these type of things happen. The other partnerships that can happen as well too with other foundations. Again, if you're not partnering, you're probably not thinking big enough or you're being exclusive. The Path Foundation, Focus Community Strategies, a lot of these other organizations that have done some of these things before that are useful to bring in to help make sure that this thing comes together in a way that the generations in the future could be proud of. With that, I'm going to close out. We thank you for your time. It was a pleasure to be part of this amazing city and just to take part in this program. And we'll open it up for questions and answers next.
Thank you to the group. Really appreciate your work and your effort on this vital piece of property that you mentioned that's downtown. And thank you for the services that you've offered. And I'm going to open it up to the colleagues to see if there are any questions. I would ask that, is there any way, do you have a summary page? Is there, because I see your recommendations, but is there an overall summary? That's
it right there. We brought it down to 3 bullet points because we
Okay.
know how pressed for time we are.
okay. All right. Madam Administrator, Madam Clerk, can you make sure that this presentation reaches the governing body for our review? All right. All right, guys, thank you so much. Please travel safely, and don't forget, always come to Augusta every chance you get. Hopefully you guys are spending the night tonight. You staying the night?
I think most of us are driving back to.
Oh, my goodness.
We're all curious
Madam
to see what
Administrator, what
I-20
happened?
looks like at 6 p.m.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you
Yeah.
guys so much for
All
being
right.
here, okay?
Are there any
Take care.
questions?
Safe travels.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you for
you.
your presentation. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, I was going to move to item 29, but Commissioner Johnson, is it okay that we move that? Can you move that to the next committee cycle? Madam Clerk, item 29 will be moved to the next committee cycle. We have our sheriff that's been patient, that's been sitting in the rear. He wants to take his item next, so we're going to move to item number 38.
I'm sorry. Item number 38, discussion of issues pertaining to the 911 department.
Oh, who is it? Good afternoon, Sheriff. Welcome, and we apologize and thank you for your patience. Sir, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Thank you. State my name, Eugene Brantley, Sheriff of Richmond County. Just wanted to voice a concern of many of the citizens here in Richmond County and our deputies who work out there on the street. When it comes to 911 calls, most people in the community feel as if they're calling the police department or calling the sheriff's office. However, as I've sent you all a few text messages that sometimes come to me from people in the community that when they call 911, several times it's not being answered. And then they reach out to me as to why we're not answering the phone. So I know we've onboarded approximately about 120 or so people since January to help make our city a safer place to live and visit and enjoy. However, with those officers, our call volume has increased. But prior to me becoming the sheriff, we had 6 channels that were monitored through dispatch. We had a traffic, we had a north channel, south channel, special ops channel, business channel, and then the marshal's office had their own channel. And now we're operating off of mainly 2 channels, with the 3rd channel being added here recently, which goes, I think, from 6 a.m. to 3 in the morning. And so we just need some help with making sure that when the citizens call, that their calls are being answered and people aren't somewhat pointing the finger at us. And when my deputies are out there and they need to get a call dispatched through to make sure they can either get someone else to them if they need to, or if they're in a fight with someone, or just different things of that nature, that we're not leaving them out there to get hurt. I think this Saturday we made about 19 arrests on Broad Street between the hours of 11 o'clock and 3 o'clock. And we had 2 officers injured while out there making these arrests. So it's very important that we have enough dispatchers to handle these calls so that when something happens, we could respond and provide safety, not just for the citizens here in Richmond County, but also for the officers who are out there risking their lives. As you can see, like I think a week ago, we had a officer-involved shooting. So every second is crucial. I think you all should have a list here of.
Yes, Sheriff, it's been asked that you describe the list because the illustration that you sent, can you go into detail on what that is, just for those who?
Okay, that is the call volume for February, which is approximately 6,700 calls. And on average, it gives you the average response times for those calls. But just keep in mind, not every call is an emergency call. So some calls are prioritized, some may take longer, some may take less. But typically, that's the average response times to those calls.
Okay. All right, Sheriff, there's a question. Well, there's a colleague in the queue, Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the first. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for our 911 director.
All right.
Dunlap, how are you doing? Have you had an opportunity to meet with any representative from the sheriff's office regarding any issues that they're having with the 911 system?
We have met with the sheriff's office several times. I've not got to meet the sheriff, Sheriff Daniel Dunlap. Nice to meet you.
Sir.
But not regarding any issues of response times. May have been one concern that we communicated with them on regarding one call.
Okay. I know there's probably more conversation here, but I think there needs to be an official meeting between you and the sheriff and the administrator so that you're able, so that all three of you can, talk about the issues that we're facing here and figure out a pathway forward, whether that's a funding item or whatever. I think that the three of y'all need to be in a room together to talk about this, really just to keep from, prolonging this. I don't think we're going to come down to any kind of solution today on this agenda. But if you all could meet and then give us an update at a committee meeting or a few committee meetings from today, I think that'd be helpful because we're not going to get anywhere today. That's my opinion. But I will make that in the form of a motion that the sheriff, the 911 director, and the administrator meet to bring back some recommendations on how to field any concerns and how to bring back recommendations on how to move things along over at the center.
Yes, sir.
All right, there's a motion. There's a motion. Is there a second? There's a second by Commissioner Francine Scott. All right, we got another colleague in the queue. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason why I put this on the agenda is not only have I been hearing from the sheriff, but we hear from other people as well. Director Dunlap, over these past couple of years, we have been very supportive of 911. From the time that the program that you had purchased was supposed to be to save all and be able to make it user-friendly to where we could dispatch to the fire department, ambulance, as well as the sheriff's department. Last year, there was 2 different articles written from 2 different media outlets, silent alarms within the fire department, and the other one was, what's the 411 on 911? What is going on within your department, Mr. Dunlap?
Well, I can answer that in a couple of bullet points. And sorry, I do not have a presentation or anything.
We don't need one.
Okay. So what's occurred since the last time I was before the commission asking for increases for staff? The calls, 911 calls have been answered faster. We've been able to see that in our statistics. Our 16 positions we have for call takers are currently all filled. I couldn't tell you the last time that all those positions were actually filled with trained staff, with trained personnel. They're all filled. Our retention, from the time that we received those increases until now, well, let me back up until February, 100% retention with our trained personnel, with our trained staff. And I can't tell you the last time that we actually had that retention of 100%. So the other request that came in with the funding request was additional training. And we've been able to actually perform that additional training in the mindset that our administrator came in with a customer service-based request for all departments. And that's actually what we're achieving. So just to give you a little bit of what's going on over at 911, that's what's going on. In addition to working with the sheriff's office on the requests for what they've had since the new sheriff has come in office, a list of items that they've asked policy-wise to be changed. And forgive me, I'm under the weather, but it's important that I'm here for this department and for this city.
So as far as your staff and you up to speed, were you not lacking a bunch of vacancies, or everybody's qualified, is what you're saying?
We have 6 vacancies at the moment.
Out of how many?
67 full-time.
Right, like at 8% then. So with the sheriff's challenges, the issues that he's facing, I think these are the actual timelines that we're supposed to be dispatching on. And I would like to hear from our ambulance central, seeing if they have any issues, as well as our fire department, because the fire department definitely had one last August. And when it comes to people's lives, it's not something to play around with. We all know that in this room, as well as everybody's watching. And so when it comes to somebody's lives, whether it's anybody's father, daughter, granddaughter, grandson, et cetera, time is the essence. Mm-hmm. Whether it's a heart attack or whatever. Are you meeting them set criteria set by the state timelines?
These are guidelines, recommendations. I've not seen this actual document, so I don't feel for me to give you any answers just by looking up at the monitor.
Right.
Is appropriate.
Mr. Dunlap, do y'all monitor your own calls?
We have quality assurance staff that does monitor our calls to go back to ensure that we're compliant. Right. We have outside entities that assist us as well in ensuring that we're meeting those compliant levels. These numbers as well, and the sheriff hit it right on the head when he said it's difficult because you have different priority levels to just box in an overall response time. But I go back to the response times that we're responsible for as far as answering those 911 calls within a certain percentage of time, and those have been answered faster.
Okay, so your department's a well-oiled machine is what you're telling me.
We are tracking it, yes, sir.
Okay, as far as this Purvis system that we implemented in a couple of years ago, how's that working out with the fire department?
To my knowledge, I've not seen an issue reported with Purvis.
I'm hearing feedback from the fire department. Once a dispatch goes out to the fire department, and then the line actually becomes blocked to where the fire department cannot respond because it's actually 911's contacting, I guess, the ambulance central service. Because are you aware of any of that?
I can't speak on behalf. I shouldn't speak on behalf of the fire department. I'm not aware.
Okay. And I don't know if the chief has any, if he would like to come up and tell us anything on this. He probably.
All right.
Anyway, thank you.
Fire Chief, you've been summoned, sir.
Yes, sir. Good day.
Good day.
How are you?
Good. So can you repeat that?
As far as once a call is dispatched to the fire department and fire department's en route or are they on scene, et cetera, when they try to call back to 911, there's a block. It's like silent. Can you help me out with that? Are you aware of any of that, Chief Purdy?
So that situation is new to me.
Okay, you never heard it.
That has not been brought to my attention, but we'll be more than happy to look into that and work with 911 if that's something that we need to resolve.
Okay. So as far as 911, there's no issues whatsoever?
I have not received any complaints in terms of 911. I have our fire marshal here who works closely, who receives any complaints or concerns from our members directly. So I have not seen any as of late.
Okay. Is your staff, your employees, your firemen, is that, is your responsibility, no doubt. But as far as Sheriff, may I talk to the Sheriff, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir, you may.
Sheriff Brantley, you could hear what I'm hearing. Some of the challenges that you're facing is just odd occurrence, apparently. Can you kind of enlighten me on that?
Well, we have 600 employees, so it's hard to kind of sit and go through each and every instant. But and when not only our employees have to call dispatch, the community calls dispatch. I mean, they believe when they dial 911 that they're calling the sheriff's office.
Right.
And typically when there's an emergency, that's who responds, through 911. Whether it's an open line and there's a domestic going on or different things. So it's just, kind of hard to say what all is going on, but the only thing we requested was to, have enough channels for our daily operations. And we do not have enough channels that we can safely go out and do our job. I think the men and women of the sheriff's office has stepped up dramatically from where they were, trying to make sure we are answering calls that when a crime happens, we're dispatched in a timely fashion so that we can bring those individuals to justice. But it has to be a collective effort. I mean, we're doing what we can, and we just need a dispatch to provide adequate service to help us continue to provide a level of safety and security for the community.
Right. Now, I'd looked at some of the timelines from the 1 month that you have given me, and it definitely goes from minutes to 15, 17 minutes. And we will have to address this here sooner than later.
Yes, sir. But like I said, calls are prioritized. If there's a shooting or, sometimes people will call that, they can't get the cat out the tree. So they'll call about anything. And so those calls are typically going to take longer to respond to than the urgent calls. I mean, each call should be prioritized. But I remember getting a call from, a commissioner who said that somebody had an accident on I-20. It took them an hour and 20 minutes to get someone to them. So it's just those type of things. And I've just tried to, if you send me a text message, if you reach out to me on social media, I make it my business to try to respond and get you an answer or get someone who can help you fix the problem. And I just appreciate, the opportunity that the community has given me to work for them in that fashion.
Thank you,
Thank
Sheriff.
you.
Thank you for what you're doing for Augusta, Richmond County. You're a breath of fresh air for sure. May I ask the administrator a question?
Yes, sir.
Madam Administrator, as far as the channels, we own the Motorola channel itself, don't we?
Yes, sir.
What's from your former position as IT director, what is it, how do we get to make sure that the sheriff is taken care of with the channels? Is that something that IT does, or is that something 911 does, or how is that?
It's probably more of the people that are being able to, and I don't want to speak for Mr. Dunlap, it's more of the monitoring, having a staff to actually monitor each of the respective channels. So if you're short of staff, it will create a situation when you have enough channels, as the sheriff is recommending, that you don't have enough staff to actually monitor those channels.
Right. I think with his qualified staff, I imagine you got administrative that could step down and help as well. Is that correct, Mr. Dunlop?
I want to clarify, we do have 3 channels operating 24 hours a day dedicated to the sheriff's office. And there was a request here recently for a 4th. And once we have 2 more additional trained staff that are already in training, we'll be able to bring up a 4th channel.
Thank you. Sheriff, thank you for coming.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tempore. Chair recognizes Commissioner Dunn Clark from the 5th.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, I know we have a great array of our first responders here in support today, but I did want to give Central an opportunity to address any concerns that you all have. I think the question came up, we kind of skimmed through it, so I wanted to give you all the opportunity to bring up any concerns you all have on your side. Again, the whole point of this is to ensure that we're doing justice for our entire community, but also for our men and women that are on the front lines, safeguarding our community. So if we can get somebody from Central to come up. I'm not going to tell you to double time. Take your time. You're all right.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Gary Coker, President of Central EMS, and thank you for the time to speak. Let me take you back just a little bit. It'll be 2 years ago in April, which is a couple of weeks from now, that we started operations here. If you remember at that time, the ambulance calls came in to the 911 center, and then they were in turn sent to the ambulance dispatch center. This was before we got here. And then that dispatch center would evaluate the call and then send them out. We took a stance that when we came, the way that we wanted to operate was to let the ambulance call come to the 911 center, let them directly dispatch the ambulance. That change saved 2 minutes or so on each ambulance call. That's very important. The change, yes, change is always difficult. But the guys managed it in the 911 center and girls. And in about 2 months, it was all under control. They were good. Then we went to, as the sheriff said, where you prioritize the call. Listen, we get calls for people that in the middle of the night, an elderly person goes and sits on the toilet. They can't get up and get back to bed. We don't need to get to that call in 5 or 10 minutes like we would a heart attack or an auto accident. So the calls then went to a prioritization. Going through that change took a couple of months, but we got that. I would say in today, I agree with the fire chief. The way that we operate and the way that we work, the 911 center gives us our calls, we run our calls, and it all works really, really well. Because of our fire chief, he sat down and has us to have a monthly meeting. We agreed to have a monthly meeting with the fire, the 911 center, and Central, and we sit down and we discuss any areas that we have that we think, need some attention. Occasionally on some months we'll have a call or two that we need to look at, but keep in mind, we run 4,500 EMS responses per month. And if you got a handful of calls, that will happen. But there's many months now that we don't have any. So I really think what you're seeing is a good progression. I think that they're making progress. Do I think that they need enough manpower and enough radio channels? Well, absolutely. But I think that they're working in the right direction and we're making progress, and we really don't have any complaints. Any questions?
Commissioner Clark, you still have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Coker. I thought it was important that if we're going to talk to our first responders, let's do it holistically. Let's get all three of them. And you gave a good representation from your vantage point, what you're seeing. Mr. Dunlap, is he still here? I got a couple questions real quick. Mr. Coker, did you have anything else?
No, thank you.
Thank you. And this may be a question for you or the administrator. Is there a way that we can get a cumulative report that shows us our averages, our average response times, our average, time to, notify, acknowledge, and so on, whether it be from the fire department, the sheriff's office, and from the ambulatory services? From the sheriff's standpoint, he has some challenges, obviously. So like the colleague from Super District 9 was saying, or I think it was District 1, one of the colleagues said we need to bring everybody together. But I think we need to really get an understanding just from a cumulative standpoint. And let's start from the first of the year to now and just get a cumulative understanding of where we are from response times, from how long it takes us to dispatch folks, get assistance and support. Is that something we can get pretty rapidly?
That's something we can work together with all the departments to put together. Yes, sir.
Okay, so Ms. Allen, if we can work on getting that, how long do you think it would take us to get that so that we can get it on the calendar?
I would probably say roughly about a week.
Okay. So if we can get this, Ms. Bonner, I'll reach out so that we can add this to the agenda and put this on committee so that we can further discuss. I think it's important that we keep this discussion valid and relevant because there's too many folks dependent upon it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Chair recognizes Commissioner Francine Scott from the 9th.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. I think the motion was to have the departments have a meeting. Why don't we wait till they have the meeting to actually come back with the statistics that we want to look at versus having coming back the committee meeting, and then they're going to come up with another meeting when all of them will be meeting. I think it will be your time will be well spent if we just let them have the meeting and then bring the statistical analysis that you want to see.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Scott. Commissioner Clark, would you want to respond?
Yeah, I think we can do both, right? I mean, I don't think it was ever mentioned about asking for any stats, so just add that to the meeting and let's get it all. So I'll meet you, Ms. Scott. I'm with you, but let's just get some statistical data analysis that comes out of this. If we're going to have discussions, let's have it, but let's make sure that we can support it with the data that we have to really appropriately assess the services. And if there are shortcomings, then we address from there. Okay?
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Brandon Garrett from the 8th.
I was just going to call for a vote for what was recommended.
Yeah, we've been at this for a few minutes, 24 minutes. All right, there's been a motion for the departments and the sheriff and 911 and everybody have a meeting, seconded by Commissioner Francine Scott. Motion was made by Commissioner Jordan Johnson. Madam Clerk, seeing no one. Well, Commissioner Johnson.
I need to amend my motion to include the fire department and EMS into the conversation as well.
All right, if you don't mind, restate the motion for the
motion would be to direct the administrator to meet with the sheriff's office, 911, EMS, and fire to discuss matters concerning 911 response time and additional channels for the sheriff's office.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Scott, you good with seconding that motion? All right, Madam Clerk, we have a motion and a second. We're voting. Ma'am, turn your mic on so we could get on the record, please.
Yes, I want to include the marshal's office in with this meeting, if it's okay with.
Make that motion. You good with that, Commissioner Johnson? All right, Madam Clerk, you get that? Add the marshal. All right.
Well, there are no objections for those that have already voted, right?
Are there any objections from that? And the marshal.
We good. It's all inclusive.
All right.
It's unanimous.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's lighten it up for just a minute. Let's get back to number 5, and then we're going.
Number 5 on the addendum agenda. Where you go? Huh? Oh, from the planning and zoning, okay. Well, we had one objector, so they,
We had one objector.
okay.
One
Let's
second, sir.
you want to get Ms. Delaney's
Yes,
department up?
Yes, just give us a second, all right?
While she makes her way, I'll do the caption. Concurrence to approve a petition requesting a rezoning from a zone R1E1 family residential to a zone B2 general business to zone B2 general business to establish a bistro, plant nursery, garden center, petting zoo, event space, and campsite on property located at 1813, 1815 Kissenbauer Road.
All right, Director Delaney.
Good afternoon. So in regards to Z-2505, the Planning Commission did hear the application and they are recommending approval. One of the things that came about and how it became an issue for the Planning Commission was the number or the different types of activities going on within this business. So there was a lot going on. Okay, so one of the things they asked for was B2, and they listed out several potential developments that they would like to do in the future. So the recommendation out of the Planning Commission, because of these varied uses and the level of checks and balances, whether that be the health department, fire department, and things of that nature, led to 8 conditions. And that first condition, because in order somewhat to streamline and be more business friendly, that first condition we can remove because we do know that some of the activities that they would like to expand to, the commission will have to approve. So staff would like, this is not the Planning Commission's recommendation, I would like to amend the Planning Commission's recommendation to reflect conditions 2 through 8. And so with that being said, that would mean that condition number 1, where it says the permitted uses on property shall be limited to a bistro, plant nursery, garden center, limited petting zoo, event space, and campsite. That's a lot of different activities. But in truth, B2 is a umbrella for general businesses. So with that being said, and some of the future uses potentially coming online sooner than later, and in an effort to be business friendly, we could remove condition number 1 and leave it at 2 through 8. And that would be what staff would recommend.
Okay, so we have an objector here, correct? You the petitioner?
Name and address.
All right, come here, name and an address.
Thank you. My name is David Harden at 3030 Angela Street, Augusta, Georgia, and I am in favor with what the director has said. It was just wanting to amend the first point.
Okay. All right, so you objected to amend the first point.
I wanted the first point amended, so with director's recommendation, that's what I was hoping for.
Okay. All right.
Motion.
Is there a motion? Are there any other, I only saw one hand, no other objectors. So is there a motion to approve, please? I'm sorry, let me get to Commissioner Bullion.
Yes, Mayor Johnson, I was going to make a motion to approve as Director Delaney stated with the changes.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
I have a question.
I'm coming to you. Commissioner Garrett, the floor is yours, sir.
With this being changed from what the Planning Commission approved, does this need to go back to the Planning Commission? I'm just asking this body if they're okay with moving this forward. Okay. All right, hearing none, thanks.
Director Delaney?
We did advertise it as B2 and those conditions, so it's truthful in advertising. It went to B2. It did not list out in the advertisement all of the uses. It's not an exhaustive list. So the advertisement that went forth to the public would be all-encompassing for B2, and the conditions would have been after the fact.
Lisa.
Commissioner Garrett, did that satisfy your question?
From the Planning Commission. They're just recommendations.
Yeah.
Okay. Attorney
As
Price.
the clerk was saying, this is it was a recommendation to this board. Y'all have the ability to approve or disapprove with, its own discretion.
All right, there's a motion, there's a second. Making that condition number 1 being addressed. Let's vote, colleagues.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's keep on moving down the list.
All right, where we headed, number
to number
28?
Yeah, we are. That takes us to number 28.
Okay. Item 28, Mr. Michael E. Splendor requesting modifications to the taxi meter and rates.
All right.
Hi, I'm Michael Spindler. My address is 102 Muller Street in Beach Island, South Carolina.
You got it, sir. Is the gentleman beside you going to be speaking as well?
Yes, sir.
Can you get his name and address?
My name is Tyrone Benson. My address is 4512 Plantation Road, Martinez, 30907.
Thank you, guys. You have the floor.
We have made a motion to change our taxi rates and meters to match the state ordinances for the taxis, and we have brought it to the attention of the Business License Department.
Okay. You have the floor.
I didn't know if the planning director wanted to speak before me or not.
All right.
So we have a handout for you also, because if you're like me, you're at an age where sometimes looking at the computer screen can be a challenge. So, but I'm also going to put it up on the screen here too. So, essentially, periodically, municipalities look at the taxi rates. They look at what's going on in the economy. They look at the current costs and things of that nature. So with that being said, we also, once petitioned by the gentleman, we looked at our rates too. So again, I'm going to make this as big as possible and still make sure people can see it, but you also have a handout there. So essentially, the rates haven't been updated roughly since 2013. I want to go on record too and let you know that the city of Atlanta or Fulton County, they also had looked at theirs for the first time in 18 years, I believe it was. So again, it's a normal process to revisit these types of activities. So we looked at the rates, the proposed rates. So you have the rate description, you have the previous rates, which are technically the current rates, and then the proposed rates. And then, of course, we've captured the rate of increase. And as you all know, when you look at things such as ride share and just the current cost of fuel and things of that nature, there needs to be some changes, modifications as the economy changes and fluctuations happen. So, one of the things we took into account was the rate of increase. So we wanted to accurately represent that so you would know what that is reflecting. So in some areas, there are no changes, and then in other areas, you'll see there are a few changes, and then there are a couple new fees. One of the things you want to take into account is that rideshare wasn't as popular in 2013. So now here we are in 2025, and these are things that need to be accounted for. So you'll have things like an airport minimum fee or minimum fare. So that's something that's new. I want to highlight the new things in general, just so you can see some of the challenges or some of the areas. So Grovetown Horizons Parkway, this is a new fee. And then, of course, Harlem, there are some new fees there. So this is just to give you an idea of what is currently on the books for them, and then what they're proposing. We did look at some of the other municipalities of a similar size and some of those requirements. And in looking at them, one of the things, we thought about, should we tweak this? Should we change it? But in speaking with the taxi service providers, one of the things we realize is that they know their industry better than we do. We should not be necessarily arbitrarily changing their prices to make it cheaper, more expensive, and things of that nature. Their business model is what they are confident that they can do. We did check it against other municipalities, though. And so we felt a comfort level with what they were asking for. And so it is represented here in this table. So I can field a couple of questions, but in general, we're looking for you all to see this not for the first time next week, but we're looking for a recommendation or a motion to send this to committee for next week so you can delve into it, have a little more time with it, ask us some questions potentially, and then we're going to ask that it go to the April 1st meeting for a official reading to make the update to the ordinance. And with that, an effective date of April 1st, 2025, so that they will have it in time for the masters.
All right, Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Laney, as far as sending this back to committee, I mean, the way I'm looking at it, do we control the prices of what Uber drivers and the other companies charge?
We do not.
And we shouldn't. As far as these taxis, they limit it. They stuck at the airport, hopefully an airplane would land on time where they could get one person, take them wherever. Their money ain't the money's not made like these other drivers are. And we'll actually have people coming in for the tournament prior to April 1st. And I would like them to get the most out of it as possible. And for us to send this back to committee, I would just like to go ahead and make a motion to adopt these new proposed rates and effective immediately. Is there a problem with that?
May I defer to the clerk of commission for the order of operations here?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, you could do that today. According to our attorney, it's not an ordinance, has one reading. You can do it today.
I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve these proposed rates.
All right, as a motion, I heard Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. It's seconded. Madam Clerk, let's vote on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Laney, for bringing this.
There we go.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank y'all for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank y'all.
All right, let's just keep going on down, Madam Clerk.
Okay, that takes us to 30, maybe?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct.
Okay. Establish a study committee to review and look into policy, procedures, and codes as it relates to residential building.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Colleagues, this is, I put this on the agenda just to talk about and get for you all to agree with me to have a study committee. I believe it was Mr. Commissioner Guilfoyle who wanted to do a moratorium on, was it 6 months for building apartments? And I just don't think we would get a clear and accurate prediction on what that would look like. I think we need housing. I think this is not gonna just putting changing it for 6 months. I don't think we'll get an accurate reading on it. So I would like for, there's a lot we don't have in place now. I think we need to look at our policies and procedures. I think we need to look at codes, and I think we also need to look at other counties in the United States on what we are doing in terms of apartments. I am waiting on a report from my colleagues on the National Association of County Officials that can we can see where apartments can coexist with family dwellings. So if anyone else has something that they would like to ask, or Ms. Director Delaney, what can we do to look at the policies and procedures on, if there's building codes, if we're not getting fast response on how we are doing our, can't think of a word, permits. Is there something that we're not doing or something that we can do a little better? Then we should be looking at that versus saying we're going to stop building apartments. Now, I know that please don't go out saying that I'm saying that we need to build a bunch of apartments. I am not saying that. I'm thinking that we can do something other than just saying that we don't need to build apartments because people need somewhere to live.
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As far as this moratorium put on apartment complexes, when we got 60% of residents that rents versus owning a house, it becomes a takeover. It puts such an impact on our infrastructure, puts an impact on our school system, and it's not, even though Ms. Delaney stated last week, is considered a rooftop. But when it comes to residential, it's considered, apartments are considered commercial, is the last thing, as far as I know it is. But just no different than the company that proposed the presentation as far as down here on Laney Walker in 401. They're included in their presentation was rooftops. And so we have to be considerate. I don't know about the codes from Ms. Francine. I'd be happy to do this study committee. We look at, it might be better if we just come up with some kind of matrix. We stop all buildings of apartments that's until we get equal, if not more, on the residential housing side. Anybody, like I said, 70% of the people that's behind this dais represents South Richmond County, and apartment complexes, I don't think will fare as well as the rooftops. So I'll do this committee. I just don't know about the policies and codes relates to residential building. We just need to find a way to make an avenue where we have the infrastructure in and make it user-friendly for these developers to build houses. Naturally, we all want houses. For some of us, we do, shall I say. But when Starbucks, Valencia Way, is going to be generating 10,000 new jobs over the next couple of years, that affects every one of us. And if we're not prepared for it, we're going to have a bunch of apartment complexes popping up, and that's not going to be good 10 to 15 years from now, because the apartment complex is going to go to it's going to become an eyesore, shall I say. But most people who owns a house are going to take care of it. So it falls under the responsibility of home ownership. But you set the date, I'll be happy to be there. Thank you, Ms. Scott.
All right, Commissioner Scott, you still in the queue?
Yes, sir.
You have the floor.
I would like to make a motion to establish a study committee and have Commissioner Stacy Pulliam and Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle as co-chairs. And then we'll have people from both chambers to be a part of the study group, and as many people, and whoever else you all decide you want to be a part.
All right, there's a motion to establish a study committee with Commissioners Guilfoyle and Commissioner Pulliam as co-chairs. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Commissioner Don Clark, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hey, I just wanted to make sure that we're understanding something. I don't think when this was brought up, because it was a number of calls that came in after this was brought up with our builders and developers thinking that we're trying to put a halt towards developing Augusta Richmond County. I want to make sure that this is on the record and that it's clearly understood. I don't believe Commissioner Guilfoyle, with what he brought up and what we're discussing now, is to halt any development that's going on. We are saying let's look at the type of developments that we are bringing into Augusta, Richmond County. I want to make sure that everyone is understanding that we're not operating in a silo on this one. North Augusta, as early as this month, put a moratorium for 2.5 years on the building of apartments. Columbia County has had moratoriums on apartments. So I think the point of this conversation really needs to be rooted at, no, we don't want to stop development. We do want to invite development, but we also want to be sensitive to what type of development that we're continuing to bring into Augusta, Richmond County. An apartment building, in some ways, in some situations, really kind of brings down value in our area. If the management of this said facility is passed over 5-10 years down the line and it's not maintained appropriately and it doesn't look like that shiny penny that it is when it's first established, well, guess what it does? It makes our neighborhoods, it makes our city look a certain way and depreciate. So what I'm saying is, I get it, we're saying committees, and I get it, we're saying let's look at this, but I get it also in let's be intentional about what it is we're trying to do for our county.
Ms. Mayor, may I respond?
If we're going to bring in development, let's be intentional about what kind of development. I got areas in my district right now that are overrun with apartments and that are adding ridiculous amounts of congestion because we're packing these apartments on top. So I think this is a relevant conversation, but I think we also need to really take view of what is going on around us. Augusta has a older infrastructure and we have a need, I agree, but we have a greater need for affordable housing. And we have a greater need for continuing to increase the amount of rooftops that we had. That study pointed clearly to that, on the fact that we don't have enough rooftops. We don't have enough folks that are, looking to live and thrive in our area. But I don't think apartments is the thing. But I just wanted to make sure and clarify that, because I got a number of calls after this discussion that we were trying to thwart or halt development. But I think we need to be sensitive to what type of development and take cues from some of our community partners around us that are doing the same exact thing.
Thank you, Commissioner Clark. Commissioner Scott, you wanted to respond?
Yes, sir. Mr. Clark, Commissioner Clark, it's not about building apartments, building houses, because some of the houses in our district, in District 9, have houses and $250,000 homes that I'm going to in areas that the product is not a good product. I'm not saying that we need to build more apartments. I'm saying that we need to look at it and not necessarily just look at our surrounding areas all the time. Why can't we come up with something that we want to see in Richmond County?
Thank you, Commissioner Scott. All right, Commissioner Stacy Pulliam from the second. You have the floor, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Commissioner Scott, in your motion, you stated that myself and Commissioner Guilfoyle would be co-chairing. I would like to know if you could possibly add in that, I didn't hear this and maybe you made that part clear, someone representative from our Builders Association, our local Realtors Association, as well as our chambers of commerce, as well as planning and development.
Commissioner Scott, can you amend your motion to include
Yes,
those?
to include those, Ms. Bond.
Those were all inclusive in the appointment authority you gave them to make, right? Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You got it. Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to make a quick point, really reiterating what I mentioned last week at our committee meeting, that if Augusta Richmond County wants to build more single-family homes, it's really a matter of us reviewing the codes and seeing what red tape is in place that keeps developers from being able to do that, and then putting in a quota that this government funds to be able to have those houses built. When we talk about rooftops and apartments, apartment complexes is what's getting us a grocery store downtown. I mean, without the development of those apartments along Laney Walker Boulevard, we're not going to have that grocery store. We're smiling, but it's the truth. The fact of the matter is, when we talk about rooftops in the Laney Walker Bethlehem community, we're talking about a mix between single-family homes. That's what's happening on Sherman and Maple and the roundabout at Twiggs. And we're also talking about your Beacon Stations, your Lennox, the PowerPoint apartments. That matters. And if apartments will eventually bring down communities, why is it okay for us to do it in downtown Augusta? Why is it okay for us to be funding those developments of apartments in the Laney Walker community? So I want us to be careful with how we categorize apartment complexes, because if it's not good for South Augusta, then it shouldn't be good for downtown and Laney Walker either. I think the key here is that we set a standard and then we fund that standard. If we want to build 100 new homes or 200 new homes in a year or whatever, let's set that standard, figure out how much that's going to cost to do it, and make Hawthorne Welch's Day happy. Like, that's what we have to do versus putting in the moratoriums. We say that we don't want to halt progress, or we don't want to halt development, but the literal definition of a moratorium is a prohibition on an activity. So let's be careful with how we use the words when it comes down to crafting policy, because that's how things are perceived. So I think that if we really take our time and cut the red tape, that will help developers, it will help the commission, it will help communities, because you're not going to go anywhere in this country right now and not see an equal mix between housing and commercial, apartments and everything in between. So I hope that's something that we can be able to really dig into with this workshop.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. All right, I don't see anyone else in the queue. There's a motion on the table to establish a committee with Commissioner Pulliam and Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle. My only concern with this action is that I think we need a better handle as to understand the products that are coming to our community. Director Delaney, as part of this committee study, can you be able to illustrate the products that are already permitted, the ones that are under consideration for permit, and those that are going through the process, so we'll kind of know where the projects are in the pipeline?
Yes, sir.
You know, and I know one of our neighbors, when they considered their moratorium, they didn't want to stop any products that were already in the pipeline, but they did put a pause just to perhaps to be able to do a study to kind of find out where they were. So I would hope that this committee would consider that 30 or 60-day pause just to understand what products are in the pipeline and others that are in the planning stages. So, Commissioner from the 3rd.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After listening to my colleagues, it seems like some are on one page, some are on the other. So, yeah, that's why I seconded the motion, because I do feel like that we need to do a study committee so that we can all come to the table and work this out and do the right thing that needs to be done. We don't want to see too many apartment complexes go up that in 10 years they're raggedy and nobody wants to live in them, and then they're just sitting there empty. So, you know, I think a study committee with all of us will be good, so I'm ready to vote.
All right, Director Delaney, it's also been asked to kind of, as part of this, seeing what apartments are in the pipeline, a ratio between single-family homes that are permitted versus the number of apartments that are under permit, so we could do a comparison.
Yes, we can provide that information.
Okay. All right. There's a motion and there's a second, colleagues. No one else is in the queue. Let's vote. This is first study committee. All right, let's keep moving.
Okay, that takes us 32. Update on the Marshal's Office salary increase request.
Thank you, Madam Administrator.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, governing body. Just wanted to give you an update on where we currently stand with the Marshal's request. The Marshal's Department and I have had some discussions, and we have come to a solution that will allow him to do the respective increases without asking or requesting any additional funds at this time. You repeat it?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Can you repeat that, Ms. Allen? We were getting an update.
Yes, sir. So the marshal and I have met, the marshal's department and I have met and had some discussions, and we have come up with a solution that will allow them to freeze a number of positions, which will allow them to utilize those funds to give the respective increases that he has requested.
Can I get a motion from someone? Receive this information?
No objection.
All right, receiving this information with no objection. Anybody objecting? That information is received, Madam Clerk.
Okay.
All right, let's move on.
Mr. Mayor, before we move on item 28, we may need to reconsider that, and the attorney will explain.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
When we were discussing the issue, I was thinking it was just a rate change, and therefore as part of, would just be an administrative issue. But as the rates are part of the actual ordinance, we would need to waive the second reading on number 28.
Okay.
If we can reconsider it.
So we need a motion to
Modify.
reconsider,
Yes,
and
sir.
then a motion to approve with waiving the second reading. So it's two motions.
All right. Commissioner Guilfoyle, you made the
Can I get a
motion.
motion to reconsider agenda item number 20 as far as the tax increase?
I make a motion to reconsider.
Thank you.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, there's a motion and there's a second. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Scott's out. Mr. Clark's out, okay. That motion carries with Ms. Scott out, Mr. Clark out.
Motion,
That's it.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Johnson.
motion to waive second reading.
All right, there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Guilfoyle. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Clark and Ms. Scott out.
All right, let's move on. I think that takes us to the addendum items, right?
Yes, sir. 34. We on the addendum. Okay. We're ready, Mr. Mayor?
All ready, madam.
Okay, we're going to item 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Item 1, discuss Masters renters will not have all debris in Augusta picked up by Masters Week.
All right. Commissioner Rice, you say you got someone here. Lila.
I did have someone, thank you, Mr. Mayor, I did, but he had to leave. Steve had to leave, so I'm just going to make it quick. I know we got other things to take care of. The reason why I bring this up is because, of course, it's that time of year again, and spring is in the air, and Masters is less than 3 weeks away, and we got a lot of people that are, some that are unfortunate that they can't rent homes because theirs were heavily damaged, and they can't rent this year, but we got others who are able to rent. And as we all know, that a lot of people say that Augusta looks its best this time of year, right before Masters, when everybody wants their yards looking right, their homes looking good, city streets cleaned up, right-of-ways, medians all looking good, street lights are all working. So anyway, where I'm going with this is that I have received, and we got to take into consideration that all of us up here and everybody out in the audience, as well as those listening and our constituents in this county, we went through a lot 6 months ago, a devastating hurricane. We're just not going to be looking like we did last year or the year before, and I feel like we've done a really good job at getting debris up so far. But the past few weeks, 2 weeks, I have received numerous of emails, text messages, voicemails, and even pictures sent to me about people wanting their root balls and their stumps removed now. And, I've ridden by, I go through the county and I look and I'll see where a second pass has been done. And then you ride by and you see, once the second pass has been done, all of a sudden there's more debris out there. This right here is a picture, thank you, Jeff, this is on Henry Street. Now, this debris was not sitting out there a few weeks ago, and it certainly was not like this that I can recall the day after the storm. This is a fresh green debris cut. And Mr. Mayor, I believe you rode by this site as well.
Right by it every day.
Yep. So this is where the problem I see is, and you get people who are saying, I want the median's looking right, and I want my debris that I put out on the street picked up. Yet a lot of it's already been picked up, and then new debris is thrown out there. And I get it. You want everything. Everybody wants everything looking just so for Masters, but realistically speaking, I do not see, and I might be wrong, but I'm speaking for one commissioner. I don't see us being able within the next 2.5 weeks to get all of this in this county picked up, all these stumps, root balls that people are calling about wanting out of their yards. I look at this and I'm thinking, this is slowing the process up here in Augusta. So I have been working and I've been talking to Dr. Malik, I've been talking to Steve, and they too know what I, have received, along with a few, all of my colleagues probably get some of the emails and text messages about all of a sudden they want everything done. For example, Camellia Road, Henry Street, illegal dumping. At some point, when do we've got to start finding these folks, or are we going to continue this through next year? It's going to continue if we don't put a stop to it. Powell Road, that's 3 streets that I've named, 3 roads. I wanted to see if I could get Leidra maybe to come up. I've been speaking to Leidra, and I would like for her to give a quick summary of what she has done to her best to inform the city, and let her come up and speak, because somehow or another we got to get the word out on the street that this has got to stop. This right here is one reason why I brought this up today, and I don't know who did this.
Well, they were strategic enough to put it in the median instead in front of their house. So I think it's just a matter of going asking the neighbors. Someone knows who put it out.
Yeah. Well,
someone does.
Someone's putting it out.
That's
but
right.
Anyway, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to see if, and thank you too for riding by and seeing all what I'm seeing.
Ms. Collins.
This is.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, Madam Administrator. On January the 21st, the city of Augusta began the final pass collection for Augusta. To date, we have used a variety of methods, whether it has been via Facebook, Augusta News Flash, which is the Augusta website, and we've also shared that information with our media partners to give information in terms of what to put out on the curbs, how to separate the piles into various piles, whether it is vegetative debris for residential areas and the construction and demolition, and also to put those other items that our usual waste haulers will collect on their normal collection day. This week, we have also made the announcement that final pass for vegetation debris collection will be completed by the end of this week. At this time, most of the districts 1, 2, 3, and 7 have been certified as complete, and significant progress has been made in districts 4, 5, 6, and 8. And we expect to be completed with final pass by the end of this week for that as well. That information was shared this morning earlier. And if they have any questions, if residents have not been picked up or feel that they still have debris that has not been certified, they may contact 311 and report that address.
Thank you so much for that. And does that include, when you say districts 1, 3, 7, and what was the other one you said?
So 1, 2, 3, and 7.
2? Okay.
Yes, ma'am. They have been certified as complete for final pass. That means we will not be going back in those areas.
Okay, so okay. Well, what about again, the root ball and the stumps? When did that, because there's a lot of that in District 3 still remaining on. When does that get picked up? I know certain equipment has to be used to do that.
Well, that's just, so the ones that are certified complete, 1, 2, 3, and 7, are for the vegetative debris out on the curb. That it does not include root ball and stumps. We are still actively picking those up as well.
Okay. All righty. So like this, for instance, you said District 3, for instance, this had pretty much its final pass, correct?
That is correct. We are, though, making progress again in districts 4, 5, 6, and 7, 4, 5, 6, and 8. We do still have collection in progress, but it is expected to be completed by the end of this week.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, and thank you for your hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. Chair recognizes Commissioner Brandon Garrett from you.
Thank you. Leader, thank you for the update.
Yes, sir.
If we need to go for a ride around District 8, I'd be more than happy to let you see some of the forgotten areas and some of the roads that still haven't been touched. But I've been letting people know to contact 311. I'm encouraging people to use the app. But there are entire neighborhoods like Bearfield off of Highway 25 that still have lots and lots of debris. And 4-H Club Road, lots of debris still. Old Waynesboro Road, Brown Road, giant pile just like this one. So I know you said by the end of the week, but I would, I really hope that is, we are hopeful for that. But that's going to require a lot of trucks.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you, Commissioner Garrett. Commissioner Mayor Pro Tempore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Over these past couple of weeks, I had shared on Facebook where the public information where the debris was going to be is being picked up now, and where it's going to be picked up tomorrow, next week, etc. Can we get, as far as District 6, which is Commissioner Lewis, as far as Commissioner Brandon, District 8, that'd be, as well as Alvin, Commissioner Mason's. Can we get back to some kind of, for the second pickup? Because people are asking me, are we coming back for the second pickup? I said, I can't give them a true answer. I know that they still going to be picking up the root balls, but as far as what the information that the series used to provide you, were they picking up now, where they going to be picking up tomorrow and next week? Can you actually continue to do that for us? Because it actually, we pass it on and the citizens thoroughly appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me reemphasize that if you have debris as a result of Hurricane Helene from September 27th, your debris will get picked up. You got to get it to the street, though. Now, these examples that Commissioner Rice has, that's not debris from September 27th. You got people that are taking advantage of the system. I mean, that's what we need to address. Now, I ride around Augusta all day and every day, and we've done a pretty good job. We still have some root balls to pick up, and there's still some debris to be picked up, but the majority of the debris from September 27th has been collected in most parts of town. Now, as commissioners, as a governing body, we need to have those hard conversations with our friends and family. We all know them. They call us about debris that done cut trees down, or they want to cut trees down and say, if I put it out in the right of way, will you pick it up? I've had to tell people, no, you need to get it hauled off. That's not storm debris, and it needs to be addressed. So let's just have those tough conversations, because FEMA will not reimburse us for that. You realize that? They could take that to a DMS site, and there's a FEMA representative. They can say, that's not storm debris, and we're not going to, the guy will call a load, and we're not going to pay you. So it puts us in jeopardy. Commissioner Jordan Johnson.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Collins, I don't know if this is a question you could answer or not, but I'm gonna ask you anyway. I hope so. You said you're not going back to District 1, but I have a big stretch of land that we need help with called the Riverwalk. There is debris all over the playground. There's debris from one end of the Riverwalk all the way to the other side where the McIntyre unveiling happened. Is there any plan to pick that up during this final pass, or is that more of a private, get a volunteer group to come out and help or something? What are we doing for the Riverwalk?
So Commissioner, if I'm not mistaken, I believe we need specialized equipment to remove that debris that is down at the Riverwalk. Because of its location, the contractors are working to devise a plan to get that cleaned up as well. Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Allen, can we get an update on what that plan is? Because I literally just sitting here, I got 2 text messages from some residents over at the Pink Palace on the Riverwalk. I forgot what it's called. I don't know.
Yes, sir.
Port Royal, I guess. But they're asking about the Riverwalk. So can we get an update on that?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll send you all an update.
I said Pink Palace. They call this the Marble Palace. So, I mean, I don't know. Scratch that from the record, Ms. Bonner.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Tony Lewis from the 6th. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. This is for Ms. Collins. Ms. Collins, I did understand you to say that final pass 1, 2, 3, and 7 has already been done, right?
That has been certified, yes, sir.
So perhaps Ms. Administrator Allen can probably help with this particular question here. And on Sunday, I took the liberty of visiting my old neighborhood, and it's the Dowdy neighborhood, South Nellyville. And there's a park, Dowdy Park, and there's storm debris, trees that are literally covering Dowdy Park. The park, I mean, big trees. If we've completed final pass in 1, 2, 3, and 7, what are we doing about the park, the trees that are in the park? Are we going to eventually go back and cut up the trees? These are trees that has to be cut up, but they're literally laying down in Dowdy Park. Are we going back to do that with our personnel and equipment, or are we going to utilize series because this is storm-related debris as well, but it has not been cut up? So can you help me? And I have some pictures of that. It's deplorable. Dowdy Park is deplorable in South Nellyville. It's deplorable.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. We will get you an update on where we are on that one as well. Some of our parks have to be done differently than what we do on the right-of-way. So we'll get you an update on where we are in those areas.
Yep.
If I could say something else, Mr. Mayor. The situation that Ms. Rice is talking about, Commissioner Rice is talking about, are the situations that sometimes have our resources spread out in other areas when we're trying to complete those districts that have not been responded to as it relates to the debris. So, we'll get a situation like that. We'll get calls of a situation where all the debris is on the median. However, this is fresh actual debris, so it's really not qualified, but you'll have, because we get all the calls to 311, and what happens is a resource will leave where they currently are to go over there to see what this is and realize that we will not be reimbursed if Ceres touches this. So then you have to ask yourself, is the governing body going to be willing to spend additional funds that we will not be reimbursed for to handle situations such as the one that we're currently looking at? So I do think it's imperative that we do make sure everybody knows, and I must commend Lidra because she does a phenomenal job of keeping our community aware of where we are and what we're doing as it relates to debris. Sometimes she cannot give the news that they want to hear, the happy news, but she does do a great job in keeping them informed, and I thank her for that. So if y'all could just make sure as a governing body, the friends and the cousins and all that call you, as the mayor stated, that they understand that it puts Augusta at risk because we will not be reimbursed for those items that are outside of the qualified debris.
Yeah, and we made an emphasis on the cemeteries. You can't imagine the heat we've gotten over having the cemeteries closed. So as I understand, the cemeteries will be reopening in a matter of weeks. So that's been the focus. All right, Commissioner Rice.
Yeah, and again, thank you, Administrator Allen, for that. And just one more thing. I know people cleaning up for Masters and getting ready, but, we don't need to see mattresses laying out neither with this debris because I've seen mattresses and that's not going to get picked up. So I want to make sure that whoever's watching, don't put mattresses and old fences out and baby pools and whatnot that I've seen, because chances are it's not going to get picked up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, Commissioner
Mr. Mayor,
Lewis.
can I make a public statement? You're good, Ms. Collins. You know, we had discussion about debris pickup when it came down to our local haulers, and what our local haulers weren't doing, and you know, with all the spring cleaning that we're doing now in our yards, we're pruning. But I got some information I beg to differ when it comes down to what our local haulers have been doing, because I've seen information whereby they've increased tonnage pickup from previous, like last year, the comparison of the amount of tonnage that they picked up last year compared to what they've picked up this year. And I've seen the data, and I would just like to say to our local haulers, for those that have been put on the spot and said that you're not doing your job, I've seen the numbers, and I've seen the increase of what it is that you have been doing. So I just want to put that on the record and say our local haulers are picking up debris and things of that nature.
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis, and noted. And if you don't mind, it's been requested that that information be shared with the entire governing body, if you can. All right. All right. Can we receive this as information without objection? Hearing or seeing none. Madam Clerk, takes us to item number 2 on the addendum.
Item 2, discuss and give update on road paving on Hepzibah McBean Road.
All right, Commissioner Brandon Garrett.
Thank you. Before I get started with this one, I know Dr. Malik is going to be able to provide us some answers here, but I do know there's a few folks in the audience here that are from that area. So if I could get whoever's here from that area just to stand up, and even if you want to speak, I can give you an avenue for that, as long as you keep it to about 5 minutes.
Come on up, sir. Please, for the record, please state your name and address.
Yes, sir. My name is Doug Lively. I live at 1925 Hepzibah McBean Road. Records indicate that that road was last repaved at the beginning of Jimmy Smith's second term in the 8th District. So we're bumping right up on 19 years. 19 years. To compound that, when we have had potholes, if a pothole is 2 inches deep, the pothole gets patched to fill the 2 inches, and then it's 2 inches high, I guess, so it'll settle, but it never settles. So we trade off potholes for 2-inch high bumps that we ride over. If you consider that the new charter school does not have buses, we have a tremendous amount of traffic of parents bringing their children from all over North Burke County, Richmond County, and taking them to that school, and they traverse on Hepzibah McBean Road. And in addition to that, and I know this body has no control, I'm a firm believer that overweight trucks have been using Hepzibah McBean Road to get from either Highway 56 or Highway 25 over to Highway 1 as they want to go down towards Macon. All that being said, with the time, and the time is not the issue, the condition of the road is the issue. This was on SPLOST 8 and approved in December of 2020 with a expected date of repavement of 2023. The amount of $4.5 million was allotted in SPLOST 8. I've been bugging the crap out of Commissioner Garrett ever since he got elected. And he's been giving me the information that he's been given in these meetings. And each year when it doesn't take place, I call him again. And he says, I'm sorry, we're going to push it out. And I called Commissioner Guilfoyle, and he tells me that, yep, it's on the schedule. We're looking for money. So I called 3 different departments. The administrator's department, thank you, Miss Allen, is the only one that called me back and gave me a date, and I'm scared to believe it. But I'm asking, it's on the schedule. The money's been allocated through SPLOST 8, but I'm asking that that road be repaved sooner rather than later.
Thank you, Doug.
Yes, sir.
And, you know, as we've had these discussions, he's not the only one that calls and bugs me, but these are the calls that we all take. And I know that we all have roads in our district that we want paved and need paved. I know back in March of 2022, I was told that this road would be paved at the end of 23, and then it was 24, and 24 is come and gone, and here we are in 25 in March again, actually. So it still hasn't been done. So I'm hoping that Dr. Malik has an update for a timeline in regards to having this road project completed, if that's okay, Mary.
All right, yes, sir. Dr. Malik.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. Yes, we're almost there. We put this road on the bid, and it is blended. Being actually, it's mostly now the TIA. It's a 12-mile of the road, so we're going to pave the entire road, Highway 56, all the way to the where it terminates at the city limit. So the commission approved the contract in December, and we're going through internal process to get the PO issue and funds released. So that's process taken care of. So we are in the process of getting a PO. We already have a pre-construction meeting last week with the contractor. So this is the very first road we will start with that contract. That's one. So I'm hoping that it will start sometime later part of next month, early month. But sorry for all the delays. But we're almost there, and we will, pave the entire road from one end to the other. And that's a lot of money to do that. But this road needs paving. I agree on that. Yeah, there was delays, some COVID, some material other things. But the good news is we almost there.
Well,
we got everything in place. We have contract provided by the commission. We got funds released by the finance, and we already have a pre-construction meeting. So.
Well, that's good news, and thank you for the update. And I'm even more happy that it is on the record of you stating that it could start as soon as next month.
Yes, sir. That's the very first road. We have 41 roads under this contract, so you always see a lot of roads in the county. We're going to be paving.
Okay. Commissioner Wayne Guilford from the 10th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Malik, I know you do respond to text messages from Brandon, Commissioner Garrett, as well as myself. Last year of June, actually it was July 2nd of 2024, we questioned about the Hesababing Road, and you said it was in procurement. Actually, the month prior said that'll make it June. So here we are right at 9 months later, with the going through procurement and going through finance so we could get the ledger that was just submitted on February 10th. How can we shorten the window of the time lapse? Because it's going to take a year from the time it goes out to procurement it doesn't take a contractor 8 months to quote this job, does it?
Yes, sir. So, again, I gave my thought how, to me, once the commission approved the contract or agenda item, the funding is part of the agenda item. So we already kind of identify the funding, that these are the funds we're going to be used that. From that point, I think we should not go back to the internal process and get those funds released again and, go through back and forth. So that time, we should be able to get the purchase order based on what already commission approved. The department already identified the funds. Everybody signed off. The funds are there. Just go ahead and do it. So that will eliminate some of the delays, on that.
Okay, as far as I live a mile and a half away from Mr. Lively. As far as the 18-wheelers, log trucks, commercial trucks utilizing going from Highway 56 to either 25, or they actually hopscotch over to Highway 1, how do we alleviate them from even using that?
I can tell you what I've been told
What you say?
by our traffic engineer. He said that we can't regulate that road because even though there used to be signs on it that prohibited those, there was no way to enforce it.
Do we have a different solution we could use? Dr. Malik?
I mean, that's the solution that, no truck or 16-wheeler, and then we have to enforce it really, so.
Can we put signs out just to, deter people?
Yes, sir.
Truck drivers?
Yes, sir, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Guilfoyle, Commissioner Jordan Johnson from the first.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to ask Dr. Malik a question, but I'm going to go in reverse order here about the weight limit. I know that the state legislature was debating some weight limit legislation for rural roads. Can we get some type of update on how did that materialize? So I don't know maybe we could reach out to Marcy and ask her about the weight limit legislation that we were debating sometime last year. I think that'd be helpful. And then also for the paving, there were 9 groups that you sent us back in August of last year that were going out to bid. Is the Hepzibah McBean Road in that in that list of 9 groups that went out to bid in August of last year?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's basically what you're saying, how the process just kind of it happened, right?
Yeah, it's
okay.
Apparently those grouping really more or less represent different commissioner districts.
So would that be all of those 9 groups that have already gone through the process and have gotten the funding?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're gonna start those, all those 9 roads, and wherever the pressing needs are, we're gonna take that first, and then we're gonna do the others,
Okay.
Yeah, the other road really, to me, is Central, which is in bad shape, so that's also part of that.
Okay, all right. Well, that was the gist of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Lively. Ms. Lively taught me and my sister at Copeland Elementary School. So tell Ms. Lively the Johnson's kids should know who we talking about. Say hello. That's your sister? Okay, well, tell your sister we say hello, please. She was real sweet.
All right. Commissioner Garrett from the A.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to receive this as information and good information, so thank you.
All right, received as good information without objection. Any objection to receiving it? Hearing and seeing no objection, Madam Clerk, is received. We got another item. Come on with it.
Item number 5, approve a path forward for a local homestead exemption.
Yes, sir. Chair recognizes Commissioner Wayne Guilfoyle.
Mr. Mayor, after listening to staff as far as this House Bill 581, to find something that actually looks out for the taxpayers and affords us the opportunity to apply for the FLOST to help do the offset of the millage, my motion is going to be motion to approve the flat inflationary rate of 3.5%.
Second.
All right, there's a
Second
motion.
that.
There's a second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Madam Clerk, let's vote. Nobody in there.
That motion carries.
Your mic wasn't on, Madam Clerk.
Well, she's not showing she voted. That's why I thought she was out. You're voting yes?
Right.
Okay. That motion carries with Mr. Mason absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Chair recognizes Attorney Jim Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, at this late hour, I hate to say it, but I would ask for a motion to go into a legal session to discuss pending and threatened litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second. There's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Wright. Second by Commissioner Brandon Garrett. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Great job, Jim.
No, just minutes. Minutes.
Thanks a lot.
Fort Mason. and
Colleagues,
that.
I think we got to go
Mr. Garrett.
Colleagues.
Jeez.
Wait a second. All right, we're now suspended. We're now suspended to executive session. Colleagues, I think we got to go to the old conference room. Which number is that, Madam Clerk? Are we going? 291?
Are we going right here?
Oh, we go right here. You ready? All right. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion for the mayor to authorize a closed meeting affidavit.
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a second by Commissioner Jordan Johnson. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Mason, Mr. Garrett, and Mr. Guilfoyle out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
There's one, Mr. Mayor. We would ask for a motion to continue the interim general counsel arrangement until June 30th, 2025.
Well, it's a motion by Commissioner Jordan Johnson, second by Commissioner Rice. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Ms. Pulliam, Mr. Mason, and Mr. Garrett out.
All right, Attorney Plunkett.
There are no other motions.
All right, if there are no other motions, this session's hereby adjourned. Thank you.